You know how Blade is half human and half vampire? This is a current ad, huh? You know Blade, kids? Hey, kids, remember before Black Panther, there was one other black superhero and his name was Blade? He was played by Wesley Snipes, who went to jail on a tax lien charge. Wesley had the money, but they probably just wanted to make an example out of him. You know Blade? What? Blade. He's a half human, half vampire. They called him Daywalker. Daywalker? Sounds racist. Shut up. So he gets the best of both worlds being played. Well, Sheath is like that. It's only a combination of box. But it's better than nothing. A lot of people are making adjustments. Ben was going to have a wedding. Ben chose not to have his wedding. When was the date of your wedding?
April 25th.
So Ben chose to surrender his civil rights and not have his wedding. And it was in the state of Texas. He could have showed up with his fiancée and guns. Because they're really only accountable to the Lord. But he chose not. Now, he doesn't get a wedding present because of that. And you understand why, right? Now
You've explained to me, yeah.
I've explained it to you, but now other people have sent you a wedding present.
They have, yeah. Most have.
Most. I mean, most people are animals. They crawl. No, you don't get a wedding present without a wedding. It's not the way it works. You don't get a birthday present without a birthday. You don't get a graduation present without a fucking graduation party. And by the way, if you know, they're doing a new show. Did you hear this? By the way, did you hear this? Because
What?
I'm convinced now, and I almost think this is hilarious. I think the big studio heads and the people that are making decisions in Hollywood are so Republican and conservative behind the scenes that the new things they're doing they're almost trolling with the new shows that they are coming up with. Go to the Hollywood Reporter's Twitter. I love this new show that is coming out. Is if the Trump campaign wanted an ad, a perfect ad, keep going down, you'll find it. If they wanted an ad, it would be this show. It would be this show. It absolutely is. Here it is. Now, keep going down. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like the Imagine video, but a show. It's like somebody who watched the Imagine video and said, you know what? What if this could happen every week? I mean, it's so fucking crazy. How much does the Hollywood Reporter tweet?
Yeah, we're like 10 hours in the timeline here.
We're 10 hours in the timeline, and there's fucking Hollywood shut down. How much can they fucking tweet? What the fuck? I mean, dude, this is who runs the Hollywood Reporter's Twitter account? Somebody on cocaine, of course. Somebody doing blow. All right, so here we go. This is the Trump campaign ad here. Listen to this. Fox makes you think. Fox has greenlit 10 episodes of an unscripted series called Celebrity Watch Party, which, as its name implies, will feature famous people in their homes discussing the biggest shows and news events on TV in the past week. I mean, are you fucking insane? Are you fucking insane? We are in a pandemic. We've got 30 million people unemployed. We're on the fucking brink of a Great Depression, and you're going to have a show where celebrities sit in their mansions and discuss the news of the day. Do you want Trump to ever be out of office? I mean, do you just want Trump to become Putin and just not leave? Because that's where Celebrity Watch Party is set to premiere May 7th with its debut episode featuring Rob Lowe, Meghan Trainor, Joe Buck, Raven Simone, Master P and Romeo, Jojo Siwa, Steve Wozniak, Curtis Stone, Robert and Kim Herjavec. I'm gonna give money to Candace Owens soon. Do you understand where I'm at now? I'm very, very close just giving serious money to Candace Owens and bringing her on this program. Listen to this. Studio Lampert, CEO Stephen Lampert, Lempe or whatever. We're delighted so many famous people love the idea of the show and want to be a part of it. It's a show which asserts the indispensable role of TV in the fabric of people's lives and the way it's at the heart of the nation's weekly conversations, especially in these unusual times. Huh? It asserts the indispensable role of TV in the fabric of people's lives. What? And the way it's at the heart of the nation, these people are so fucking out of it that they think people give a fuck about what Raven Simone has to say about the fucking COVID-19. Is anyone sitting at home going, what does Meghan Trainor have to say? Hey, where's Rob Lowe on ventilators? Hey, where's Master P on remdesivir? Does anyone know if Master P and Romeo have anything to say about hydroxychloroquine? What about celebrity chef Curtis Stone? Does he have an idea? What does Curtis Stone think about Biden's sexual accuser Tara Reid? Hey, Steve Wozniak, you think Biden put a finger in? What the fuck is wrong? I mean...
So what is the show exactly?
Dude, there might have been a high-level Illuminati meeting in Hollywood that said, listen, if Trump's not reelected, we have nothing. I mean, dude, I'm not even fucking kidding. There might have been a high-level Illuminati meeting in Hollywood where they went, everything has gone up since he's been elected. And everything was failing before that, including Twitter, SNL, news programs, comedy programs, lots of our late night shows, Colbert, lots of our landmark properties. They've all grown tremendously in the era of Trump. He cannot lose. If Biden comes in, we're fucked. We need Trump to win. And they're all sitting there, and they're, in some Bel Air mansion. They're all sitting there. They're smoking cigars or whatever, and they're looking at each other, and they're like, how do we guarantee that Trump wins again? And they go, what if there was a show where Raven Simone talked about coronavirus from a mansion with like Rob Lowe and Master P and just celebrities? Like, they were like, what if every week we went to a celebrity's home, an estate, and then filmed them on their couch discussing the news of the day? And they're all kind of like, sniffers of brandy. They're like, this is kind of a good idea. They're like, but we need them to talk about more than pop culture. Like, they have to talk about the news. Yes. And then one guy goes, and they don't know anything about the news, but they'll have a bunch of offensive opinions. You go, yes. And we need them without any of their handlers. We can't really be scripted. They need to have just crazy off-the-cuff takes that half make sense. They have to be annoyingly liberal and completely out of touch. And if we do that week after week, we can pretty much guarantee that Donald walks right back into that office and we sit right back. I'm telling you right now, I know this is conspiracy thinking, but I'm not that wrong. This doesn't make sense.
Right.
This show does not make sense. This is crazy. This is genuinely crazy. And something is behind this. If it's a brilliant Republican mole in fucking one of these networks, bravo, hats off. Because I didn't even see the show yet. I read the description in the Hollywood Reporter, and I'm about to take all the money out of my bank account and give it to Candace Owens. I'm about to give the money and sponsor a Candace Owens goes on tour calling the virus fake. After seeing this fucking thing. They don't learn, these people. They don't learn. George W. Bush learned. He paints silently in his house in Texas. And he just chills. And every now and then he pops up with Ellen somewhere at a football stadium, while he's passing a message along to her from whatever the fuck those two are involved in. I mean, I'm telling you right now, folks, something real weird about a show like that. kind of interesting. TV's not at the heart of anyone's fucking life. Can you stop the fabric of their life? It's not. Everybody's online now. Everybody watches everything on fucking YouTube. Yes, occasionally people watch The Masked Singer and shows like that. Yes, TV has more resonance than I would expect in middle America. But the majority of people are online. It's very funny to think about. It's very, very interesting, you know? But, you know, we move on. We move on, folks, to bigger and better things, to greater things, you know? We will all make it through this. And by all of us, I mean 18% of us, roughly. 18 to 20%. We can't really tease the thing we're going to maybe launch, right? We can't do that? No. Okay, good. Good. But I did want to get into this, too. I did want to talk about a few other things. I mean, that Hollywood show, I mean, that's just simply amazing to me. But that's what happens, you know? I mean, this is what happens when people don't learn their lesson. It's just like fat people. Fat people don't learn their lesson. That's why they stay fat. It's just you don't learn your lesson as a fat person. I can speak from authority on that. Is you don't learn your fat people don't learn their lesson. Fat people don't get to have control. They don't get to make choices. And I talked about this before on the show. No, every diet that markets itself to fat people that's like, it's your choice, and there's so many choices. It's like, no, fat people are fat because they make the wrong choices. Take away their power of choice. They should get no choice. You know who had no choice? The kids that worked in workhouses, and they ate gruel. None of them were fat because they didn't have a bountiful harvest of choices. We don't need, in America, we have this bountiful harvest, you know. People were saying to me the other day, they're like, why is art, like, why is so much of it garbage? And it's like, well, how much great art comes out of a country with 400 kinds of cheesecake? How deep are people really digging in themselves when there's 400 kinds of cheesecake? You can name 100 kinds of cheesecake off the top of your head right now if you had to. If you had to write down 70 kinds of cheesecake, 80 kinds of cheesecake, it would take you maybe 10 minutes, and you could write it down easily. Easily. Okay? You could barely name one healthcare company. You'd be like Blue Cross Blue Shield, and then they'd be like, okay, and then you'd be like, I don't know. But you could name 70 kinds of shit. So yeah, it's like, how much art's really gonna come? Have you been binging anything in quarantine? I watched The Americans, which is a great show, which again, made by accident.
I need to see that, yeah.
Well, it's made by accident. Everything good in this country happens by accident. It's made by accident. Everything should be Santa Clarita Diet. Like everything in this country should be a show about zombies, where people with straight faces have to say, this is a show about Drew Barrymore eating clams from Serbia and turning into a zombie and eating people in her neighborhood. That's what every show in this country should be, but occasionally by accident they make The Sopranos or The Wire or Breaking Bad, but it's primarily Santa Clarita Diet, which is about a zombie who eats people in Santa Clarita, California. That's the show. And I even watched some of it, you know, and I watched some of it, and some of it wasn't horrible. It was kind of a fun, I'm not saying every show has to be good, but that's where the majority of things are. They take an idea and they just dumb it down because Hollywood's opinion of Americans, and they're not all wrong, but Hollywood's opinions of Americans are like shapeless blobs that can't really move and can't really speak and just kind of sit in couches and go like this. Like that's what Hollywood thinks Americans are. Just shapeless beast people that just eat like frozen food in the container. They don't even heat it up in their microwave. They just start gnawing on it. They just eat fast food. Hollywood's American viewer is a 600-pound, shapeless mass of flesh sitting in a throne made of fast food wrappers with a fucking MAGA hat on. That's what Hollywood thinks everyone in America is. So they go, what will be interesting for them? Oh, let's do a show about zombies. They like eating. Then they're like, well, the word diet's in the title. That'll turn some of them off.
Yeah.
No, but as soon as we can convey to them that it's about eating people, that's why Santa Clarita Diet, all of the things about it were like a hand in a mulch or something. Because then people were like, oh, this isn't a show about eating cucumbers. It's about people eating each other. I'll watch that. Have you been binging anything during the quarantine that's been good?
I got into Better Call Saul.
And you said it's as good as Breaking Bad. Now that most people would disagree with you.
But I told you I'm like on the 13th episode. You said it starts to fall off. But Bob Odenkirk's very good. I do like the show so
What do you
far.
think? He's giving you a job? He is great.
He's great.
He's great.
No, he's not giving me a job.
Giving anyone a job. I lunch with the guy who runs his production company. Thanks for the lunch, by the way. Appreciated that. It's good. You know, it's one of those lunches in LA. They go, yeah, well, good luck with everything. It's nice. I get it. I have a lot of lunches. People go, because I think people like the idea of me.
Yeah.
So they want to go out with me and talk about ideas. It just is what it is. And then when it's time to like actually do a thing, they go, no. That's right, because I might say something funny. That's the biggest problem with my career, is that I wasn't asked to do any of these coronavirus benefits, by the way. Listen to what I was going to do. This is funny. All of these coronavirus, they ask Norman, they ask Sam Morril, great comics, but they don't ask me. Now, here's what's fun. This is, guys, do you see the humor in this? I get asked to do the coronavirus benefit. And my bit, because I don't believe this, but my reoccurring bit is that I think the virus is fake, and I think the nurses are actors, and I keep bringing that up during the benefit, and I keep suggesting that we storm the hospital with weapons. Now, as a bit, because I'm a comedian, that's hilarious. It is hilarious to go. Now, do say something heartfelt. You're a celebrity comedian. Say something heartfelt about why we should support the coronavirus people, and I'm going to tell you why my idea would have been great, and they missed out on what could have been a great bit.
I've seen a lot of stories on the internet about nurses. Their faces have welts and sores on them from the masks. They're working 18-hour shifts. They're very tired. We need to reach out to these people and provide support in this time of need.
I appreciate that. I think we have to really start asking the tough questions about this disease and about those marks on their faces specifically, and where those marks came from, and if those marks could have come from makeup. So I know that a lot of people are donating tonight to help the nurses and the doctors, but I just want to ask you a question. Out there. If this is a real pandemic and people are really sick, why do I drive by hospitals and not see bodies burning on the street? It would have been a lot of fun, but of course no one can have any fun.
Right.
Nobody can have any fun anymore. All we have is fun, folks. The economy is just fun. That's all that's left, is being a goof. Folks, how many times actually a good buy, and it's actually a smart buy right now. So ridge.com/Tim and use code TIM, link in description. Remember to use the code. Thank you. You know, the other thing is like they're gonna have the celebrities give the kids graduation speech. By the way, here's the thing with the graduation speeches, folks. There's never been a time in our society where the graduation speech has meant less, okay? Information is everywhere. If your kid wants information, they can get it. Information's been democratized. College is kind of a scam now. Like there's definitely a more cost-effective way to do college. But the idea of like somebody like what, like the people that are giving these kids like commencement speeches are like Jimmy Fallon and Ellen. It's like, and like the CEOs of companies. It's like, guys, that's not going to help you out right now. We're heading towards a world that's going to look very differently. You need to have a homeless person give the commencement speech at the college so that a lot of these kids are going to know what's happening. They literally need a homeless man to get up there with like a Vietnam vet homeless guy, to get up there who's like two shoes, but like they're both kind of falling off, and he's dirty, and he's fucking, you know, he asks for a cigarette before he starts, and you give him a cigarette, and he's like, it's fucking, what is this? Where are we? And then he goes into it and he tells you the real shit, you know? Tells you the real shit. He goes, I went to Vietnam, and this country doesn't give a shit. I came back. I started fucking this hooker. We had a kid, you know? We bought a house. She went insane because there's no mental health care in the country. She burned the house down. I ran out with my two children in the street. Luckily, our neighbor was one of these Christian freaks. She was a real freak and was kind of annoying, but she took me and my kids in that night. My wife is dead because she burned the house down because she didn't get any mental health care, and she was hooking because she was molested by her father, who ironically was in the church, was a deacon, not a priest, but a deacon who used to molest his daughter. That's probably why she liked me. She liked fucked up men. That's just the way it is. So we started fucking, and she was fertile. I mean, she was Puerto Rican. I mean, fucking fertile. They just shit out kids, these Puerto Ricans. And we had two of these motherfuckers, and then she burnt the fucking house down in the middle of the night. I was pretty fucked up, I'm not gonna lie. I'd been on a coke bender for like 3 days and pretty drunk. So what happened was I felt the flames that were touching my feet, and I woke up and I'm like, I hope my kids aren't burned. I hope they're not burned. So I ran into their room, and they were sleeping like angels. I mean, literal angels. It was the only moment I believed in God. And as soon as I had that awakening where I believed in God, I thought immediately of the devil because I saw the flames. That's the duality of man, isn't it? The duality of life, God and the devil. And then I ran outside, and my ass was still kind of hot because the flames caught onto my jeans. And I was always like breathing fire because I was drinking whiskey that night trying to get to sleep after the coke bender. So I'm in the middle of the street, half naked, with these two kids. Their mother is being burned to death in the house. The fire department didn't come because we live in the fucking Bronx, so they waited for the fucking whole house to go up. So then finally my fucking freak Christian neighbor comes out, took my kids and got them clothes. Those kids went into foster care, went to the state. They found me later, told me I fucked up their whole life. One of them's in jail. The other one's somewhere out on the fucking street, man. I had a security guard job for like half a year in '96. I don't really know what's been happening since. Anyway, so I just want to say to the class of 2020 that, you know, just onward and upward, brighter things are ahead. And, you know, a lot of people end these things by saying the most important lesson I've learned. And the most important lesson I've learned in my life is kind of to just say, fuck it, you know? And then he would light a cigarette, and then he leaves the digital graduation. And then that's really, that's a great, and then just stunned, soulless TikTok youth in their fucking rooms with their fucking parents, sitting there, mouth agape, some of them giggling, some of them floored, staring at each other, being like, what the fuck just happened? That would be so much of a more valuable commencement speech than some fucking celebrity who's there to talk about how you just have to keep going, and then eventually Lorne Michaels will see. Enough with that shit. Tell them what it really is. Tell them what they've won. Bill Gates does a speech. He goes, there's a needle under everyone's chair. It's already pricked you in the ass. And we're going to see how... Now, you all... We're going to see here during my speech, we're going to study your reactions and see what happened. Is the vaccine coming? We don't know, folks. We don't know. Maybe it's coming. It's kind of a fantasy. The more I read about it, the more the idea of a vaccine to a virus like this in any type of reasonable amount of time seems like a fantasy. Also, the antiviral drugs almost seem like a fantasy. I mean, listen, I'm not a doctor, not a virologist, I'm not an immunologist. I don't work in the pharmaceutical industry. But from what I've heard and what I can tell, this seems to be something that we might have to learn kind of to live with. We might have to mitigate its effects, somehow figure out a way to deal with this, treat it like a seasonal flu, if that's at all possible. Doctors are going to learn about this and learn how to treat it. But I do think we're edging inevitably towards a conflict with China. I don't know how that conflict is going is going to manifest. But I think it's coming. A lot of U.S. and other countries, their companies, their manufacturing is leaving China. China was a hub for manufacturing. All the jobs that left America went to China. And, you know, man, just is what it is. I just want to inject a little dose of reality into a world that I think, you know, there's a lot of money to not be. There's so much more money in bullshit on this planet. There's so much more money in it, which is understandable. But, you know, I just think it would be funny to have a homeless Vietnam veteran to all the college. By the way, no, everyone gets the same. Every college gets the same speech, and it's this one guy. It's this one fucking guy, and he does the speech. Every single college gets the same speech. Every group of kids, all these, you know, I see like my friends' little brothers and sisters are like, yeah, roll tide. Or Alabama's like, well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know if school's going to be back in there in September. I hope so, because if not, everyone's going to be beaten and raped. That's apparently what's going on. There's just beatings and molestations going on. If a family has to sit together in a house for more than 48 hours, dad gets a little weird. Yeah, my dad had never displayed any inclination towards that kind of behavior, but around week 3 of the quarantine, he started getting weird, you know? He started getting odd, you know? He started just playing incest porn on the family TV and asking us if we liked it. If we didn't, he used to just beat the shit out of us. Up until this, he'd been a great dad. But this is what happens. This is what happens when somebody can't go out and have a nice sit-down meal. It's a problem. Food is not meant to be takeout. You're not meant to eat out of boxes and bags like a dog. You're not meant to do it. You're not meant, all these high-end restaurants that are doing takeout, you're not meant to eat a ribeye out of a tin. You're not meant to eat a ribeye out of a tin. For the love of God. It's a fucking tin. You're meant to eat Chinese food and pizza takeout. Not even sushi. Barely sushi. I know you all love takeout, and I eat it too. But it's not meant, you're meant to dine like a person. The food should go from the pan to the plate to your mouth in a reasonable amount of time. Not everything can't be put in a tin in a bag for you. You slurp it out like a dog. Fuck Mastro's. Mastro's Steakhouse at Beverly Hills is running a human trafficking ring. We got rid of Swingers. They're done now. Sorry, Swingers. Sorry your vegan nuggets or whatever the fuck you were serving that faux retro embarrassing diner and your tattooed staff of fucking Avril Lavigne wannabes or whoever the hell they thought they were going to. Enough. They thought they were the Pixies or something, the staff walking around there. Hey, calm it down. Calm it down and get the omelet, please. Stop. You're not living an LA cool life. Stop. Okay? Oh, my life's like a movie. No, it's not. It's not like a movie. It's very much like I don't have my omelet. That's what your life is like. Put a smile on your face. Stop being brooding and dark and complex. You have not a thought in your head. You have not a thought in your head. My music's really about, hey, shut up and get the cake. I feel bad that they closed, but
I missed the meatloaf.
they had good turkey meatloaf, but the reality of the situation is I was in a war with them. And I was in a war with the hey, restaurants, don't go to war with me. Don't go to war with me. It's not a good move. Not a good move. Bad things seem to happen to the restaurant because I know what's going to happen. There's certain restaurants I love. Craig's in Beverly Hills, phenomenal. They've been delivering food and it's been phenomenal. You know, I think they have a bright future. But Swingers, not good. They didn't treat people nicely. They treated people, they did not, you know, I went in one day and it's a famous old episode we did called The Big Booth. I went and I said I want to sit at a bigger booth, and they didn't let me, and there was no one in the restaurant. And they said because you have to have a group of 6 to sit at that. And I was like, oh, you're just like the cop in Manhattan Beach. You're enforcing rules that don't make sense. You're a brown shirt. You're a brown shirt. You're a Nazi, and I don't like Nazis. They're not nice. I like people who are accommodating, and you're not being accommodating. So Swingers is gone now, and it's gone. Sorry, but I'm going to open a restaurant. I'm going to do it in L.A. because New York has a lot of good restaurants. Well, maybe not after this. But I will open a restaurant in Los Angeles. And I'm looking for investors. And here's a reality. If you have a lot of money, give it to me and let me open a restaurant. I know what I'm doing. I will make it good. I will make it good. I know how to do it. I know all the ins and outs of the business, and I know what has to happen. I know why people like restaurants. You know? I could have saved Swingers. It's just a little faux retro diner on Melrose in LA. Man, I could have saved that place. If they sat down and if they said, "What should we do, Tim? How do we do it? How do we do it?" I would have fucking told them, man. I would have absolutely told them how to do it. You know? Absolutely. I would have said, take your staff, put them in burkas, head to toe burkas. You want to win in this town? You gotta go hard in the woke paint. Head to toe burkas. Head to toe. Only small slits for the eyes. Everybody, I don't care how hot it is. Head to toe black burkas. Men and women. There are no genders. It's a genderless restaurant. Gendered language is banned. Gendered language is banned. All the food is halal. It is an homage to Islam, which is a religion that loves homosexuals and transgender people. That's what the movies seem like. That's Hollywood. So we have people in burqas, and then also we have just gay icons on the wall. Harvey Milk, RuPaul, gay icons. Jonathan Larson, who wrote Rent. I don't know if he's an icon or not, but it's a great show. Just gay icons on the wall. Everyone in a burqa. You know? I could have saved it if they asked me. Nobody asked me. Nobody came to me and said, Tim, how do you turn this around? I know how to turn it around. I know. If you're a restaurant and you're failing, it's because you don't have an Instagrammable dish. If basic white bitches are not pulling out their phones to take a photo of something in your restaurant, you are going to fail. You are going to fail. White women need to take photos of a dish and spread it around. That needs to happen. Or you're in trouble. The boomers are now on TikTok because of the pandemic. They've all discovered TikTok. It's going to be fun to see how they can be racist on TikTok. It's going to be interesting to see how my aunt can figure out how to be racist on TikTok. How is she going to come up with a dance that shows that she harbors a lot of, unsavory ideas? How can she show in a themed dance that she believes, that women who've had abortion should be committed? How can she do that in a TikTok-themed dance? Be interesting to see, huh? Be interesting to see how she can show a commitment to a radical Catholicism on TikTok through a themed dance. How could she show us her pro-family values stance, her pro-Trump stance? She loves Trump. Politics is sports for people that are just older.
Yeah,
they just get into politics because there's not life. Life has a few stages of it. And the final one, and it starts for some people, it starts at 19. But the final stage of life is really the spectator stage. You're no longer participating. The job is going to be the job. The family arrangement's going to be the family arrangement. So you slide into the spectator phase of your life, which I never hope to do. I hope I never do that. I hope maybe I will. Hopefully, I mean, it's some very successful people get there. A lot of unsuccessful people get there too. It's a spectator stage. Go back, you recline on the lazy boy, and you engage with people about meaningless horseshit to just buy the time until there's a cancerous growth that the doctors can't do anything about, and then they zap you with, we're all just racing till the end here. We don't get saved, there's no eternal consciousness, certainly not for us. Not for you people of your fucking income bracket. They're not going to freeze you. They're not going to put, your consciousness is not going to be uploaded to the mainframe. You're out. You're out of here. It's going to happen. It's going to be something. Something's going to get you. So until then, there's stages of life. There's, I see them. I was at Manhattan Beach. See the young kids that are in their late teens. They're in like the dreamlike, wonder-like stage of life. And don't not all of them. Some of them are in private prison. I know. But a lot of them aren't. And they're in the dreamlike, wonder-like, anything's possible. Everything is in front of you. It's a great stage of your life. It isn't real because the things you think are possible are actually not. But you don't know that yet because you don't know yourself yet. I thought I was going to be like a Navy SEAL or something. I thought I was going to, number one, not only would do I not want to do any physical work, I don't, what? Like, I'm not, I'm going to go and pretend to kill bin Laden? Like, stop. I thought it was going to be, like in the government. I was going to work because I liked being on debate team. You don't know yourself. When you're 16 or 17, you barely know yourself. But that's the dreamlike, wonder-like phase of whatever. And then as you get older, get in your 20s, and the 20s is like the worky phase, where you're excited to work. Work is exciting in your 20s. Jobs can be exciting. Getting somewhere is exciting. You're figuring out your love life. You're figuring out what you do. You're figuring it all out, and you're figuring out who you are in your 20s and what you want out of life. Now, in your 30s, you're figuring out really who you're not. That's what you figure out in your 30s, who you're not. Yeah, I ain't gonna work that hard. I'm not really gonna be that nice to my brother. I'm not really gonna call my parents as much as I should. I'm not gonna take this bitch's mouth. I don't give a fuck. You start figuring out who you're not, and you're 30, you start to be like, hey. And then eventually you get to a point, where you are just a spectator. And that's a lot of the people you see on Facebook that are fighting back and forth. It's a spectator sport. Life has just been distilled into a clever post. Do you know that Trump canceled the travel from China? God, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? And then the person goes back and, but the CIA gave him a memo and he didn't do, what did he do with the time? And it's like, you guys are fighting about nothing. It's literally nothing. I mean, it's nothing. Just go vote. If you think that's the answer. If you still think that's the answer, God bless you. And go do it. Go do it. Go do it. Go vote. You pull that lever. Pull the lever in the local library where all the scary drag queens are reading. I'm sure one of them will show you. I'm sure Ginger will show you where the voting is in the library. And you pull the lever and you go home and then sit back and then sit there in your glory. Sit there after your candidate wins and sit there in your glory. Sit there and really enjoy the glorious victory that you've won. You rode into town on horseback and you just murdered all the men and fucked all the women, and now you're just sitting there with all the gold. All the gold. Enjoy it. But I mean, stop bickering with people. It's stupid. I see smart people doing it. And they're like, well, this is fun. It's not that fun. I talked to one of my friends about it. Like, why are you fighting all the time? He goes, I like it. It's fun. I'm like, it's not. Why? Get another hobby. Get another sport. Fighting on Facebook, it's ultimately, no one's mind is being changed by a 300 comment thread on Facebook. No one cares. Just walk away. Dude, the happiest people I know are people that are so disconnect. Live your own life. Live a life that's not being given to you in an algorithm by Mark Zuckerberg. Literally, live that life. Live a life that isn't being designed for you by people in Palo Alto. Live a life. Like things that aren't being recommended to you by, nameless, faceless technocrats. Have actual friends that you speak to over the phone or in person. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you see that cop in Manhattan Beach, tell him he's a hero. You tell him he's a hero because there's nothing I like more than telling a cop who's risking his life to stop a fat guy halfway across the street and make him go back to the other side of the street. He could be in Compton. He could be in Watts. He could be places. He could be in Van Nuys. He could be places with actual problems. But he's in Manhattan Beach, which is an idyllic seaside paradise, driving around on a go-kart, guarding the ice cream shop. And he thinks he's a hero, and he thinks he's protecting you, and he thinks that he stands behind you and the dissolution of society. That's a problem, and I don't know how it can be fixed, and it probably can't, but that's one of the reasons we need to figure out a way to live with this fucking virus. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we got to figure out a way to live with the virus because I can't have a cop driving around a idyllic, beautiful seaside paradise, eating a popsicle, thinking that he's a fucking hero. You're not a hero. You're not a hero. We should do that in society. So we bang the pans for the heroes. What do we do for the non-heroes? What do we do for the people that aren't heroes? Should they get anything? Should they get any acknowledgement? Maybe they're heroes in training. Maybe they just need a few hits on the pan to become a hero. And we're ignoring them. But I hope this lockdown begins to come to an end. I hope it does. Because if it doesn't, if the lockdown doesn't come to an end, I don't know many things. But I know that a lot of women are going to be pregnant with their father's baby. Good night and good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. I am Tim Dillon. We are back here in the studio. Coming at you from Hollywood, California. Drove in today from an undisclosed location from a bunker where I will be returning to until everything calms down. When and if. I don't know that LA or New York City is going to be my home base in 6 months.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Ultimate Beginner's Guide to Bossing, and in this episode I am going to be covering, probably right next to the giant mole, one of the easiest bosses in old school RuneScape, the Cave Kraken. Now, there are two variations of the Cave Kraken. One is the little guys that reside in Kraken Cove, kind of on the outside of the Kraken's lair, but you can also go into a special part of the lair where you will fight the Cave Kraken boss. And like I said just a couple seconds ago, this boss is incredibly easy. As a matter of fact, in this video, I'm not even going to be showing you guys a kill clip and talking you through it because there really isn't anything to show and talk you through. I can do all of that with just a simple image, and this video is going to be more or less what you need to know about the Kraken and a gear setup that will get you started. But before we get into all of that juicy stuff, if you like seeing beginners bossing guides and other kinds of money-making methods for old school RuneScape, tap that subscribe button down below and remember to hit that little bell icon. That little bell icon will let you know anytime I upload new content or post on the community tab of my page. Alright, so as usual, first thing we will get into is the stats of the Cave Kraken. The Cave Kraken has a combat level of 291 and a hit points level of 255. The Cave Kraken boss's max hit is 28 and its weakness is magic, and it actually has a typeless magic style attack. Now what this means is it is going to hit through any overhead prayer, so it doesn't matter what you're praying, you're going to get hit. The best defense here is going to be ranged armor because it gives you a high magic defense. So when we get into the gear setup, I will explain that a little further. Moving on into the Kraken's combat stats, well, there pretty much are none. Attack, strength, defense, magic, and range, all level 1. The only thing it has are defensive stats, plus 130 to magic, and plus 300 to range. We are going to be using magic here to attack the Cave Kraken, so that plus 130 to defense is not going to matter at all because the Cave Kraken's magic level is 1, and magic defense works off of your magic level. Alright, next up we are going to see how to get to the Cave Kraken in Kraken Cove. But before we do that, I should mention here that the Kraken is a Slayer monster, and it is a Slayer boss, which will require you to be on a Slayer task to actually kill and do damage to the Cave Kraken, let alone enter Kraken Cave. Now you will need a Slayer level of at least 87, and unfortunately you can only be assigned these at level 87 Slayer, so a Wild Pie will not help you here in boosting. So if you're checking out this guide and want to kill some Cave Kraken, make sure you are at least level 87 Slayer. Alright, so fastest way to get to the Cave Kraken and the easiest way is going to be by Fairy Ring. Now the Fairy Ring teleport AKQ will take you near the Piscator's fishing colony, and in the red circle is the location of Kraken Cove. It is just a short run to the west from the Fairy Ring. Now, once you enter Kraken Cove, you will find the Kraken boss to your north through the little doorway here where you can see the red exclamation mark on the map. Now, the great part about this is you can right-click here and create yourself an instance for 25,000 GP. Fortunately, you don't have to have the money on you to create the instance. As long as your bank is unlocked, it will pull directly from your bank, so you can create an instance where you will be the only one fighting the Cave Kraken. The Cave Kraken does get pretty packed at peak hours, and it can be hard to find a world. Personally, I always create an instance no matter what. Moving right on to the recommended stats. Well, I only have one for you for the Cave Kraken, and the reason I only have one is because on my Slayer alt, I can kill the Cave Kraken, and I do just fine. It might take me a little bit longer because of that low defense level, and my magic level is generally low, but I did start killing the Kraken at level 75 magic, which is what I am going to recommend that you also have. And level 75 magic will allow you to use the Trident of the Seas or Trident of the Swamp, whichever one you can afford. Personally, I started off with the Trident of the Seas, made some money, and upgraded to the Trident of the Swamp. Now, with level 75 magic, you're most likely only going to see between 8 and 10 kills per trip. It will go up when your magic level goes up, but that is good enough to start in my opinion. Moving on into the gear setup, we're going to want to focus on magic damage here because the Kraken has no magic defense, so we want to increase our hits as much as possible. For this setup, I have 3 magic damage boosting items, the first being the Slayer helmet, and it is imbued, so I am getting that plus 15% to accuracy and damage through magic. I also have an imbued Saradomin God Cape, which will further increase my magic damage by 2%. And last, for magic damage boost, I have an Occult Necklace, which gives you an additional 10% damage. Now the Occult Necklace is pretty cheap, it's under 1 million GP, might be just over depending on the time that you're watching this video, but these 3 items will significantly increase your DPS and give you faster kills and faster task times. As for everything else, I have 1,000 bronze arrows because you will need to be poking whirlpools, which I will show you in just a minute. I am going to be going with the Trident of the Swamp and the Book of Darkness as my offhand, Black Dragon Hide top and bottom, Bearer's Gloves, Mystic Boots, and a Seer's Ring. The magic accuracy doesn't really matter that much, but if you have a Seer's Ring here, well, you might as well use it. Why not? Upgrading this setup is actually very simple as well. In place of the Black Dragon Hide top and bottom, you can use a Carol's top and bottom if you have the money for that, or if you have big money, you can use an Armadillo chestplate and an Armadillo chain skirt. They all work well and increase your magic defense. As for the glove spot, if you can't afford it, you can use a Bracelet of Torment, which will give you another 5% towards your magic damage. You can swap out the boots for Eternal Boots, and that will give you a little bit more magic defense as well as some accuracy that you don't really need. And in the ring slot, if you can also afford that, you can go with a Ring of Suffering imbued, which will further increase your magic defense by 20. Over in the inventory, very simple. I have a magic short bow, and this is for the bronze arrows, so I can poke the 4 whirlpools, which I will again show you in just a second. A Drawman staff to use the fairy rings, and 10 house teleport tabs so I can get myself out after my trip is over. Fill the rest of your inventory up with sharks. You can fill it all the way up and drop one when you get there, but I just leave a spot open because I am max stats, so that one shark isn't really going to make a difference for my trip. And now we're at the part of the video where I usually show you guys a kill and talk you through it, but there's honestly no need for that with the Cave Kraken. What you can see on the screen here, there's 4 small whirlpools and 1 giant whirlpool. It should be pretty self-explanatory. So these 4 small whirlpools are going to be where the Kraken's tentacles are. These Kraken tentacles will throw magic attacks at you. They only hit 1s and 2s. The big one is the one you have to worry about. So starting off the fight, you will equip your magic short bow, and you will fire 1 arrow at each one of these small whirlpools, which will wake the tentacles up. After you have woken all 4 up, you will then switch over to your trident and your offhand, and then you will start maging the center whirlpool. That will cause the Kraken to come out and start the fight. Now the only thing you want to watch here is the big Kraken. He can hit up to 28, so just keep an eye on that. If you have higher magic level with higher magic defense gear, you can stay here for a really, really long time, especially with the shark drops every now and then. So if you're looking to kill some Kraken, this guide will pretty much get you going right where you need to be. This is one of the easiest bosses in old school RuneScape, and I really don't think you guys need to see any more than this. Just remember that, poke the small whirlpools and then poke the big one with your staff and continue on your kill. All you have to do is stand there. There are no mechanics whatsoever to worry about. Watch your HP and have a good trip. Alright guys, that is going to do it for this very simplistic Cave Kraken guide. I hope that it gets you moving in the right direction, and I hope your trips are plentiful and full of Trident of the Seas and Kraken Tentacle drops. So with that guys, if you like this video, please leave a thumbs up down below. They really help the video's popularity and they help it spread around. With that, I will see y'all on the next video. Take it easy everybody.
It's great. Don't shut. Ladies and gentlemen, cutting his air supply off and then the guy died. I mean, it's I'm starting to think the 3 months of telling people to not see any other people and to spend 23 hours a day online might have been an issue. That might not have been the way to do it. It was a social experiment. It was a fun social experiment because what it was is I'm not minimizing the 50 years of racism, wealth inequality, state-sponsored terrorism. None of that is being minimized here. But what was the cherry on top of that sundae was telling people that they couldn't earn money and they had to lock themselves inside and not see or touch any other human beings. It was a real acceleration of a lot of the things that I had previously mentioned in the sentence, which I'm not ignoring at all, by the way. I don't think that, like, the lockdown was the reason for this, but it certainly didn't affect people's psyche in a positive way. Can we say that? Can we agree to that? That we didn't come out of this stronger than before? You know? Remember when the lockdown started, people were like, we're going to come out of it stronger. We're going to come out of it. And then just the sound of explosions and gunshots, you know? How did that work out for anybody? Did we come out of it stronger? I don't think so. Does it seem like we came out of it stronger? And it is hypocritical. It is hypocritical to tell a bunch of people that came out to protest the fact that they had lost their health insurance and their jobs it is hypocritical to say you're killing people. You're killing old people and immunocompromised people, and then to just completely greenlight mass demonstrations in a pandemic that supposedly is just killing people and overwhelming healthcare systems. It is hypocritical to call one group of people terrorists and just give the green light to the other group of people. And all of the celebrities and the people that live in, very wealthy gated enclaves behind gates and they live in mansions are all like, yeah, fuck the lockdown. And then they turn around and they're like, you get out there and you fucking march. You march. And it's like, wait a minute. People's heads start spinning. Doesn't mean that protests aren't valid or that the cops aren't out of fucking control. But it means that, there's got to be some logical consistency where you go, wait a minute. What happened to coronavirus? Well, coronavirus came back, by the way. George Floyd died of coronavirus. That's what they're saying. They're saying he had coronavirus. They're saying George Floyd had COVID-19, which I predicted on the show, of course. Of course, yes. And they want to just go through a few other things. The Twin Towers fell from coronavirus. The mortgage crisis in 2008, the financial crisis, was due largely to a wet market in Wuhan, China. Most of the people that had been shot in the last year by police, unarmed black people, all had COVID-19 in their system. In fact, many of the Epstein victims that nobody has found, we've done a private examination on many of them. Many of them died from COVID-19. Don't worry about it. God, this COVID-19 is powerful. It's just killing everybody. Everything the government doesn't want to admit to, coronavirus. I bet Epstein had COVID-19. Can we get an autopsy of Epstein? I guarantee you he did not die from asphyxiation. I am almost positive he died from coronavirus. Can we find that out, please? I guarantee it. How sad. I bet Michael Hastings died of coronavirus, and that's why he couldn't control his car when it, went into that tree in the middle of Hollywood. I bet it was COVID-19. It's all COVID-19. It's all coronavirus, baby. It's like 10-10 wins, all news all the time. The United States government, all COVID-19 all the time. And it's like, do you think it might have had to do with the police, the boot on the guy's neck? For what? Cashing a fake check? They should barely respond to cashing a fake check. Who cares? Start responding to violent crime. If you're not going to prosecute white-collar crime when it's done by these fucks on Wall Street, let fucking a few people have a little fun in Minnesota, cash a fake check. Who gives a fuck? The guy's trying to cash a fake $20 check, if that's even the truth. And they're treating him like he's Osama bin Laden. And they're sending in a fucking crack team of people to subdue the guy. And it says here. So now we got these 4 officers. Watch when they all die of COVID-19. Like George Floyd has given the 4 officers coronavirus, and they are all dead now. They all face charges. I bit the side of my mouth, and it's been horrible for the last 4 days. I don't know what to do. I've been brushing my teeth, and I've been gargling with solution and some bullshit. I guess I'll take some ibuprofen. I don't know what to do because when you bite the side of your mouth, it gets inflamed, and then you continue to bite it. Mm-hmm. And it just becomes a real nightmare. I'm not equating that with the other problems people are going through right now, and I don't want you to think I am. But it's not fun. On May 25th, Floyd visited Cup Foods grocery store in Minneapolis. Well, Cup Foods is not the name of a place you feel. I mean, if you can't use a fake, first of all, who's still accepting? Oh, it's a fake bill. I'm sorry, not fake check.
Fake 20.
Fake $20 bill. Who cares?
Which you can get by accident from someone else if you get change and you don't realize it,
Of course you can. And even if you didn't, it's not a death sentence. Floyd visited Cup Foods grocery store in Minneapolis to buy a pack of cigarettes. A store employee believed the bill he used to be counterfeit and reported it to the police. Do they get in trouble if they take counterfeit money?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. The store owner, Mike Abumialala, that's his name, Mike Abumialala, told NBC he was not at work the day of the incident, but that his employees told him that Floyd initially came into the store with a man and a woman. The man tried to use what an employee suspected was a fake bill, which the employee caught and gave it back to the man. Abumialala, yalale, said Ford returned to the store about 10 minutes later and tried to use a suspicious $20 bill to make a purchase. The employee didn't realize at first, but when they did, they followed protocol and called the police. And then what happened? In the call to 911, the employee told the operator that he asked Floyd for the cigarettes back, but he doesn't want to do that. The employee claimed Floyd was awfully drunk and not in control of himself. Floyd was near the store, sitting in a car with two other people when the police arrived. They were responding to a report of a forgery in progress, which, by the way, I mean, could anything seem less dire than a forgery in progress? You know? Like, there's somebody with a counterfeit bill. Get him! Take him down! It's got a counterfeit $20 bill!
Right.
Do you know the havoc he could cause in society with a fake 20?
Yeah.
He might go to Carl's Jr. The police department said a physical altercation between the officers and Floyd unfolded after Floyd got out of the car. When the officers approached the car, one of them, Thomas Lane, began speaking with Floyd. He pulled his gun out and pointed it at Mr. Floyd's open window. Lovely. Go right for the gun. This is policing in America, right for the gun. And listen, man, when I was in Manhattan Beach and that cop was like, get on the other fucking side, you could see that a lot of these police, not all of them, there are good police, but there are also good people in ISIS. And I'm not saying that the police are ISIS, but there's good everybody. That's like not an argument. That's not an argument. There's good people. Yeah, there's good people in ISIS. Yeah. There's a guy in ISIS whose fucking nephew got blown up while he was playing soccer, and he just wants revenge. And it doesn't make him a bad person. You know what I mean? I refuse to buy into the binary that's created by the fucking media and our government. It is what it is. There's good people, in most organizations. Truly, So he pulled his gun out and pointed it at Mr. Floyd's open window. But the cops have got to calm down here. We got to calm down. Everybody all the time is ready to pull the gun out, put the gun in someone's face. And this is why these lockdowns, again, you hand over a bunch of power to the federal government. You tell people to become rats and you call the cops on each other. The government of California encouraged people to rat on people that weren't social distancing. And then where do you think all this shit comes from? The cell phone videos, taping people, fucking look at this person's doing something wrong and I've got it on my phone. We're creating a nation of rats who are calling the cops. They're cop callers and rats. And they're filming people doing things in their private fucking life. And this was requested by the mayor of Los Angeles. Okay? The prosecutors say Lane put the gun away once Floyd put his hands on the steering wheel, but put his hands down. We've all watched this video, by the way. Floyd is not resisting at all. There is really no resistance in the video. From the video that I saw, Floyd then actively resisted being handcuffed, the statement reads. When the officers tried to bring Floyd to their cruiser, he stiffened up, fell to the ground, and told the officers he was claustrophobic, report states. So, kill him? I mean, I don't understand. So put your boot on his neck? The police account has come in contact with at least one witness. Yeah.
So then Chauvin arrived later.
Who's Chauvin? Chauvin?
Derek Chauvin?
Derek Chauvin is the guy who's being charged with second-degree murder. Chauvin arrived on the scene shortly after to help the police officers in getting Floyd into the police cruiser. The report said Chauvin pulled Floyd out of the vehicle, causing him to fall to the ground. He laid on the ground face down and still handcuffed. That's when onlookers began to record cell phone video. So the guy's on the ground and he's in handcuffs, and somehow he is still a threat worthy of putting your boot on his neck, cutting his air supply off, and then the guy died. I mean, it's inhuman to defend this behavior by the police, by the way. It's inhuman. My stomach hurts, my neck hurts, please, please, I can't breathe. Okay? This is what he's calling out. He's also calling out for his mother. Okay? I mean, the guy knows he's about to die. And the cops stand there and watch a guy get murdered in the street for buying a pack of cigarettes with a counterfeit $20 bill. You know? So, you know, I think that looting and violence, I think violence is like a virus that just is going to spread, and you're not going to be able to control it or contain it. And a lot of the practitioners of it are people that don't want a more equal and just society. They want to take an advantage of an already bad situation, right? I've said that, and I think violence also leads to more state violence, right? That's just what happens. But I'm completely aware of why the anger has risen to the point of violence. And you can be too if you watch that video. If you watch that video, you can understand why people have had enough. They've gotten to the point where they're just basically like, hey, fuck this shit. You know? I mean that, and if you don't have that reaction when you watch that video, there's something wrong with you. If you don't automatically feel like, what the fuck? You know? Folks, as you adapt to the changing world, we're all going to be buying more stuff online, you know? If you're an e-commerce seller, are you ready to meet the demands of our new delivery culture? Because nobody can go outside now, you know? Whether it's coronavirus, rubber bullets, tear gas, you know? I mean, it's just different now, you know? Climate change feels fun compared to what else is going on. But if you really want to buy shit, or even more importantly, sell it, if you're a seller, be ready with shit. Hey, it was a bad idea after 9/11 to give every cop in America the idea that they were part of the Homeland Security Department. It was a bad idea to convince everybody that had any type of job that required security that they were, you know, essential, and that they were, you know, they weren't able to be questioned, and that they were the final say on every matter. You know, whether it's I mean, you walk around Manhattan and there are doormen that have that attitude. I mean, there are, you know, transit cops that have that attitude. You know, everybody seems to have the attitude that they are the only thing standing between, the George Floyd's fucking $20 bill is the only thing standing between, you know, the collapse of the financial system. You know, they're treating this guy like he's the biggest threat ever, and they wouldn't have done it to a white guy. They just really wouldn't have. You know, that's just the way it is. I'm telling you, they would not have done it to a white guy that way. You know, the white guy would have had to behave in a manner that was so dangerous. You know, school shooters get walked out of schools where they just shot 9 people in the face. White school shooters get walked out of school like they're petting their heads. The cops are petting their heads as they walk out. They're singing to them. Silent night, holy night. They pray with the school shooter. The cops take the school shooter out. They all get on their knees, start praying with him. Now let us pray. Now you're a bad boy. You've been a bad boy, and you might have to do 4 years in prison. I mean, these kids just shot, 12 people in the face while they were eating lunch, eating sloppy joes. A kid gets a bullet in the head, and the cops walk the guy out. There's not a scratch on him. Well, Tim, the school shooters always surrender. It's like, well, I bet that's not true. And I also bet that there's a better way to handle somebody who's resisting than to put a boot on their neck for 9 minutes until they die, by the way. But it's just true. It's just, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I've had interactions with cops that have gone the wrong way. Yeah, I mean, I think I famously talked about the one where they thought I shit myself. I mean, that got me out of it because I had satin steak sauce. Cops pulled me over. They thought I was smoking pot. I was in the passenger seat of a car. I got out and I just had brown all over my pants because it was Smith & Walensky steak sauce, and all the cops were taking cell phone videos of me because they thought I shit myself. By the way, they thought I shit myself because I was afraid of them. Yeah. They thought, and they delighted in that, and they wanted to show all their fucking loser cop friends, look, we terrified a guy so much he shit himself. First of all, hey, pigs out there, I shit myself often, and it has nothing to do with you, by the way, okay? Okay, my system just evacuates when need be. Has nothing to do with you. So, and not all cops are pigs, but there's some bad ones out there, you know? Some real ruffians. And they were standing there taking cell phone cameras of me because they wanted to show other people, like, this guy shit himself because he was so terrified of us. Because he was sitting in the passenger seat of a car and maybe was smoking a joint in the passenger seat of a car, okay? And that's, you know, one of the many interactions that I've had with police. But I was a criminal. Like, all the interactions I've had with cops, and I was rarely arrested, and I would get pulled over. A cop would go, license, registration, and insurance, and I would literally look at him. I'd be smoking a butt. I'd go, I don't have any of that. I don't have any of that, sir. I don't, what? They go, Mr. Dillon, your license has been suspended about 20 times. I go, yeah, it's about that, isn't it? They're like, you shouldn't be driving. I'm like, I know. I gotta go to work. You know? And that's you know, and then once or twice they put me in jail, but a lot of cops were like, all right, hey, listen, you got your buddy in the car, let him drive. Or a cop will go, listen, don't be around this area anymore. Just get out of here. I'm not going to bring you in, but hey, don't come back here. You know, how many black people get that chance? How many black people get the chance where they go, hey, buddy, I know you're driving an uninsured vehicle with no license. Your license has actually been suspended 20 times and is suspended currently. But just get out of here, you knucklehead. You silly goose. You're a silly goose. So I get it. You know? I mean, I knew a kid. There's a kid I used to do comedy with in Long Island. Fought 9 cops. Fought like 9 cops. You know what, like, the judge said to him when he was sentencing him? The judge was like, listen, it's clear that you're a good guy. That's what he said to the guy. It's clear you're a good dude. You know, my friend was in a courtroom, like, watching this happen. The judge is like, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has problems, you know? Everybody, you know? And then the guy is like, does 0 jail time. He fought 8 cops. Didn't get shot. Did 0 jail time. I read about a football team in Greenwich, Connecticut. There was like a fight. The football team, this was years ago, but it was maybe in Darien, Connecticut, football team fight, Connecticut, whatever. They break in to the dude's house. It's like a party. They break in, which is a home invasion. Somebody lets them in. And yeah, there you go. Fight between New Canaan and, no, go back. So, they like break into the guy's house. One kid holds him down. The other kid like beats the shit out of him. Okay? And then when the judge is sentencing this guy, he's like, hey, man, you got a bright future. It's in the fucking, I followed the case a little bit. It's like the judge is sentencing the guy, and the judge goes, listen, it pains me to have to give you any time. You got a bright future. All you did was break into this kid's house and beat the shit out of him in his home. You got a bright, can you imagine a judge would saying that to a black guy who did that? Just broke into a house, started beating the shit out of a white kid in fucking New Canaan, Connecticut. The judge going, hey, everybody. You know? I mean, it's different. It doesn't mean it's all race. It doesn't mean the cops don't abuse white people. But I live in Long Island, the home of dirtbag white people. I mean, did you see the Long Island go and get up the Merrick, Long Island response to a peaceful Black Lives Matter protest. They were terrified that Merrick Road would be taken up by protesters and they wouldn't be able to go out and get a sandwich. Watch this. Watch this. Community members here in Merrick and surrounding towns adamantly opposed to Nassau police trying to figure out a way to allow protesters to walk up Merrick. They got kids. By the way, the Merrick people have got kids there. They're like, let's teach our kids how to be racist and apathetic to all of society's problems. Let's bring it's like a young kid there. There's a young kid there in fucking slides, like water sandals. Kids in water shoes. The kid's probably in the backyard in the fucking sprinkler, and the parents like, John, get in the car. There's blacks in our town. We're going to go get them. Get in the car. Mom, I want to play with my friends. Get in the car right now. People want to change things in this country, and we're going to stop them. We're going to stop them. They want to walk down the street with signs and exercise their First Amendment right, their right to speak freely, and their right to assemble and protest. And we got to show them that shit don't fly in Long Island. Mom, I just kind of want to hang out with Jack's coming over. No, we're going to the protest. Tell all your friends you're going to a race riot with your mother. We're going to a race riot with your mother now. You'll see your friends there. There's enough time in the day for friends. Today's race riot with Mom.
Go west!
Go west.
This isn't peace! This isn't peace! Dennis! We have a voice! This isn't peace! Hey, Dennis! No. Dennis, towards now!
No! Get them the hell out of here!
Get them the hell out of here. Get him the hell out of here. Yo, Giacomo, do something. Get him out of here. They're protesting police brutality. Get him out of here. I love that there are kids there. I mean, how sick are you? You bring the kid. You know, people, I guess, people are just like, listen, this is a historic moment, son. By the way, everybody who's saying maybe they didn't have a babysitter, Long Island people leave their kids home for all kinds of reasons, alone, all the time. So let's cut it out. That kid was old enough to be left home alone for a little while. It wasn't like a young kid that you had to parent. It was like a kid who clearly could have stayed home, but the parents thought it was a good idea to just go, let's just bring you to a race riot. Let's bring you to a peaceful protest that we're trying to turn into a race riot because we got 40 white people out there screaming at them with bandanas, by the way. Now everybody looks like a Blood or a Crip. Mm-hmm. Like all these white people are wearing bandanas to protect from COVID. So they all have just red bandana. They look like, it's like the Hells Angels. Looks like a biker gang heading up the street. These masks are terrifying, folks. I hope they fucking work because they're terrifying as fuck. I just love that. Just a bunch of fat people standing outside of Merrick Deli being like, get out. Hey, you. Get out of here. Don't clog up the street. What are you doing? What's your problem? The cops are cops. Yeah, they beat on you with batons. What's the problem? If you don't want to get hit, don't go outside. Like, you got to hear, like, people in Long Island that defend these police shootings, the logical jumps they have to go through are great. They're like, yeah, what are you outside in a park? You're going to get hit. This was like pre-pandemic, by the way. Yeah. They were just trying to justify anything. They're like, here's the deal. If a cop's beating you, you're in the wrong. That's it. If a cop has got his gun in your face, you've done something wrong. I know that because my brother Larry's a cop. And Larry tells me these people, they're up to no good. That's why we got to beat them with sticks in the street, even after they're handcuffed, even after they pose no threat to everybody. Larry was upset that, his wife made him redo the kitchen. They took out all kinds of money, all kinds of loans, kitchen's not being done. So, Larry goes out there with his baton and finds somebody to make pay for that. You know? The Long Island. The Long Island. Listen to this. We surrounded the protesters because we protect all of the Wait, hold on.
That was the police commissioner.
Yeah. Do they have a quote for any of the Long Island people?
Just go west.
Go west. That's good. Hey, go west. You're east now. We agree with everything the police are doing. We don't care. We like the military. We like the Blue Angels. In fact, we think the Blue Angels should go and drop bombs on the protests. That's where they're like, hey, why don't you drop bombs on the protests? Who cares? Do you know how many people in this country would really not care?
They'd love it.
They would love it. If the government just started bombing the protests, they would think it was great. They would watch it the same way they watch the bombings in Syria. Just eating a breadstick, just chewing on a breadstick, drinking a Coors Light, watching bombs drop like it's an episode of fucking, Ozark. They don't care. And it's not to say that the looting and the rioting, you got to have order. I get it, 100%. You got to do something. You got to prevent criminal activity and behavior and people from like taking advantage of what should be protests. But the Hedges article makes a lot of sense when he says, listen, the language of the state is violence. That's the only language the state speaks is violence. They don't use reason. They don't use rationality. They use violence. They use intimidation. That's what they do. So when you're living in a society where the only language people have learned their entire life is violence, and they respond with violence, again, it is not right. And I don't think it leads anywhere good. But when you look at it and you go, yeah, this is why you're seeing this now, And there's got to be more leadership, and on the side of people that are protesting, and there's got to be demands, and there's got to be reform, and there has to be things. And without those things, it's just an unending journey into chaos. Nobody wants that. I think it ultimately benefits Trump if there's chaos. Usually Republicans win in years when crime rates go up, where there's chaos, or there's incidents like this. But maybe, I don't know. I mean, Trump has not handled this well. General Mattis is now going out and criticizing Trump, saying he's violating the Constitution. They want him out, They want him out. It's not sustainable to have this guy as the president. I mean, I know many of you are like, no, but how are the kids going to get freed? What about the kids in the tunnels? Yeah, okay. But let's deal in reality and facts. It's not that sustainable. Like, however you feel about Trump, you have to realize that he's maybe had like a negative effect on the psyche of the country. You have to grant that, right? Like the tweeting and just the emotional, terrorism of every day of like, I mean, this guy, as the country's burning, he's tweeting about how great the stock market's doing. He goes, I think the market's headed back up. Next year is going to be a good one. What? I mean, the guy is he's just tweeting law and order, fake news. Fake news. There's civil war broken out in certain parts of the country. The guy's tweeting fake news. Mattis had a scathing description of Trump's walk to a historic nearby church Monday. And then Pelosi goes and grabs the Bible, by the way. Pelosi then goes and grabs the Bible. She goes, hey, this idiot did it. This guy, who they all hate, goes and grabs the Bible. They know it's a cheap stunt. And instead of calling it out, they go like this. They go, I'm going to do it. Hold on, I'm going to do it. Let me grab the Bible. This is a woman who gave a tour of her freezer on night 3 of the quarantine when everyone had lost their job. She gave a tour of the different kinds of gelato she had in her freezer, by the way. I mean, this is a woman who was like, we like the chocolate. I like chocolate. And then, it's great. We take all the gelato. We take after we're done with the Talenti, we go down to the hospital. We let the women use the containers as masks, the nurses. So it's very nice. This episode of the Tim Dillon Show is brought to you by Sheath Underwear. Sheath Underwear is great. It's great. Ones are too fucking expensive, and Apple's a cult. Who cares? You know, you lose them. There's just, you know, the insurance doesn't cover anything. It's all a problem over there, you know? Raycon wireless earbuds. So buy raycon.com/TIM. They're bananas. But we got to calm it down. We got to rein it in. That seems to be, because it's just going to get worse and it's going to spiral out of control, you know? I'm not trying to get a rubber bullet in the face. I'm not trying to get tear gas in the face here. You know? I mean, it just seems like these things are exponentially, the violence is next level. Cops are getting shot and stabbed. Protesters, I mean, cops are in certain areas of the country handling this very poorly. And they're firing rubber bullets at like peaceful protesters. And they are shooting tear gas at peaceful protest. It's a death spiral is what it is. So unless somebody stops it, and then there are people that are on Twitter cheering it for it to continue. They're like, God, burn it down. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they're on Twitter, and I'm like, you're next. You're going to burn down. There was a comic, I won't say his name. He tweeted, I swear to God, this is when these virtue signaling people, they trip over their own feet. A comic goes, me and my wife went to go look at a house in Connecticut. The next door neighbor had 2 Confederate flags in the window. We didn't even get out. We just drove home. You're looking at a house in Connecticut. Huh? And you're not the enemy? You don't think you're going to be the enemy? And why are you going to Connecticut? Why are you leaving the city? Has something happened? So you do have to realize at a certain point, no matter how woke you want to seem, no matter how, you're the enemy. You will become the enemy because violence doesn't have a rationale. You know, the point of torture, Jane Mayer said it when we were torturing people. Remember that? 8 years ago? Jane Mayer, she was either quoting somebody or she said this. She might have been quoting someone. She goes, the point of torture is always torture. Okay? And that's really, the point of violence is violence. Like, it has its own rationale, and it spreads, and it's not logical. And what happens is you basically just, you know, you become an animal. And the type of state-sanctioned violence that we see is very organized, but it's no less animalistic. It's, you know, no less brutal. So when you're just going out there and you're hurting innocent people and you're destroying small businesses, some of them owned by minorities, and you're just, you know, going out there and using violence, it will lead to more violence. And then we're just, again, we're living in, and to me, I don't understand why so many people are fetishizing that idea. The idea of just and I think it's because they don't know anything about violence, and they like live in a video game, and they don't have any respect for it, and they think they can direct. It's like a force they think they can direct. They think like, well, if we unleash this violence, we can direct it to the means that we find appropriate. We think that this violence can be used to, and it's like, but that's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. I mean, look at any of these videos of these white people like cheering on the riots, and then bricks come through their windows, and they're like, "We're on your side. No, we're good. We're the good ones." And it's like, no. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. It's out. Chaos is chaos. And if you want to live in that world, and a lot of the people that are like abolish the police will not do well in a Mad Max scenario because they're immunocompromised and they're 97 pounds, okay? Where are you going to get your green hair dye without a civil society? Okay? So I don't think this ends, again, with a fat woman with green hair as the president. Antifa takes over. Wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah.
Antifa takes over. How hilarious would that be? Like somehow maybe everything's a lie and our military does suck.
Yeah.
Like they can't do anything. We just hear how great they are, but let's say they just aren't that great. Obviously, we know that they'll just use weaponry from the skies. But let's say none of that works and somehow Antifa succeeds. Because the conservatives are pretending Antifa's like, Antifa will. Do you want them running the country? It would just be hilarious if, like, the country was now being run by just gangly, mainly white, pale, malnourished, vitamin D deficient, like guys that didn't get the Montreal Comedy Festival, like failed comics and slam poets with purple hair are now running the country. That would be great. The Fox News has to come back on the air and they'd be like, in a stunning, in a really surprising development, Antifa has defeated what was the United States military. They are now running the country. Antifa has fired the military, and they are now replacing it with a security force of mainly theater kids who grew embittered at the lack of opportunity in the entertainment business and became volatile and radical whilst living with roommates in their late 30s. They will now be the security force of the country. Angry, failed theater kids are now running around. I mean, it'd be amazing. Like instead of the Blue Angels, instead of the flyover over the Super Bowl, just like a bunch of Antifa just runs through, and everyone in the crowd's like, I guess they're running it now. Okay, well, all right, USA, just a bunch of malnourished kids. USA, just black backpacks on.
Yeah.
People are like, you can take your masks off. You run everything now. They're like, we like the masks. They have acne. Like, we have adult acne, so we're not going to take off the mask, But that's the way people talk about Antifa. They're on their way to, they're going to defeat the corporate state. It doesn't, and I don't agree with anything Antifa does, by the way. For the most part, I think some of what they say is decent, and I don't really care. None of it ends. See, here's the thing. It's like you could find an example of somebody that Antifa's throwing an egg at who you hate, right? Hey, fuck that guy. They threw an egg at him. But we live in a country where people should be able to say what the fuck they want. So, no, you can't use violence to stop people from talking. You can't. When the New York Times publishes an op-ed, by the way, the same people that think that they can live in a world without police cannot handle when the New York Times publishes an op-ed from a senator who says we got to bring the military in. So instead of debating that, they go, the New York Times should be shut down. There should be a coup. Everyone should be fired. I can't believe they'd print that opinion. But you're gonna somehow. How are you gonna live in a world without any police? You can't handle an article. Can't handle Jordan Peterson. And yet somehow you think you're going to be able to live in a world without any order at all, just chaos and anarchy. That's a fetish. Anarchy is a fetish of losers, really. It's people that are convinced that they will somehow either be powerful or align themselves with the powerful people once society's fallen. Even though they've been unable to do that thus far. But they think that somehow if there are no police, that rich people won't just go hire Blackwater military types to patrol wealthy areas, and we'll have more problems, probably less accountability, They just somehow think that, and or some of them are just nihilists to the point where they go, who cares? Burn it down. I mean, Oscar, the cat, many of you know, is someone who is a nihilist. I mean, Oscar, first of all, and this is very suspect and strange. 2 days ago, Oscar joined the National Guard. He has never expressed interest in joining the military before. He joined the National Guard. Okay? This is incredibly disappointing. Okay? But a day before that, he was handing out bricks to protesters. So he just wants to watch it burn. There's a lot of people out there that just want to watch it burn. And this is listen. So this is where we are. This is where we are on, what day is it today?
Thursday.
It's Thursday. This is coming
June
out.
4th, yeah.
Thursday, June 4th. It's coming out Sunday. Super proud of everyone from Long Island. Proud you handled it. Mm-hmm. You guys really killed it. You knocked it out of the park. You brought your kids out to see what you're all about. Yelling at people that want to peacefully protest. I like that. That's good. Good for you. Long Island just keep being Long Island, you know? And every year it gets a little worse, a little less affordable. More of them get pushed out. Every year, more and more people start, shooting up. Opioid crisis gets worse every year, because so much of what that community is based on is fear and hatred, which turns out is not exactly the best way. It's not the best organizing principle of society. Utter illogical fear and hatred. That's what Long Island is. Everybody's climbing in your window. MS-13's trying to kill you. Everybody's trying to kill you. Everybody on the road is trying to cut you off. They're trying to get somewhere faster than you. Everybody's trying to take your money, trying to take that house you inherited. Fear and hatred. As soon as you're fear, you're like, well, I gotta hate someone. So I just like that they were being, exactly who they are. Perfect. And the cops got to pretend that they're like neutral on Long Island. The cops going to be like, hey, I know, Jimmy, I know. Just shoot him. Hey, you got a gun. Tommy, just shoot him in the head. Jimmy, they're high school students. Who cares? You know what high school students can do if they want? Put a bullet in the back of her head. That's Antifa. They're trying to take over the delis. What's going to happen when Antifa controls the delis? Then what? You're going to eat vegan shit? You go in to get a bacon, egg, and cheese, and there's going to be some transgender making you eat vegan. No, thank you. I will eat processed food, and I will die on my couch watching Tucker Carlson. I'm the only rational. Really, to be honest, as much as I've predicted and as much as I've been correct about, is there a reason I am kind of not made a leader? Not really. Not really. I should kind of emerge from this as kind of a leader. That kind of, because I get it. I get both sides. I have friends that are cops. I have friends that are protesters. I have friends that are rubber bullets. I have friends that are batons. I went to school with a tear gas canister, I still talk to all the time. I have friends that are looters. I have friends that are shards of glass. I have friends that are deep state CIA agitators. I have friends that are, people that work for Chinese intelligence, Russian intelligence, okay? I have friends that are targets. I get where everybody's coming from. I can understand it. I have friends that are counterfeit bills. And I have friends that are cops that are murderers. So all across the board, I just think we can't live in a world of unfocused rage. Cops need to be taken down several pegs, but I don't see how smashing up a small business owned by somebody who worked hard and has never done anything. Like everyone's like, well, the cops just protect property. Yeah, but freedom is owning property. Freedom's the ability to not have to depend on the government. Freedom's the ability to do something without the approval of a fucking nameless, faceless group of bureaucrats. So, okay, you don't want cops to protect property. Can we have guns to protect property? No. Well, then, who's going? Well, we shouldn't have private property. Well, then what are we going to do? Well, the government should just dole out the land as they see fit. To who? Who's the government? Who's this magical government that is somehow going to do this appropriately? You mean the same government that backs the police? So you want them handing out the land, and you want them sticking a needle in your ass in Walgreens. You want Bill and Melinda Gates putting a needle in your ass, and you want the government deciding where you live and how you live, and you want but huh? Try to follow logically what this is for. I don't get it. I'm confused. And don't comment. Like, I don't read any of the comments, but like, while you're typing a 7-paragraph response to me right now about why private property is just a tool of white supremacy, realize no one's reading it. Truly realize no one's reading it. What are those 12 thumbs up going to do for you? Go get a rubber bullet to the face. If you believe in that, why aren't you go and blow yourself up? I mean, that's the thing in this country. We got a bunch of pussies. You know, here's the thing about the Middle East. They don't have a problem with putting the vest on. Now, I am not saying to put the vest on. And I don't mean the bulletproof vest, okay? And I'm not saying to put the vest on. But let's be very clear. Let's be very clear about there's a difference. Ain't nobody in Antifa's got the vest on. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody in Antifa's got the vest on. I'm not saying to go out there and wear a suicide vest. You know, my sponsors would probably be angry. But Chris Hedges quote, great. The idea that Antifa, which on the spectrum of terrorist groups would rank alongside the Boy Scouts, is behind these clashes is as ridiculous as the idea that Russia is responsible for the election of Trump. This desperate search for explanations that absolve the ruling elites saw Susan Rice, who was Obama's NatSec, National Security Advisor, blame the violence on foreign actors, adding this is right out of the Russia playbook. By the way, there will never be a problem in this country that is not blamed on Russia or COVID-19. It'll be Russia and COVID-19 are working together. Russia and Chinese bats are working together. Russian bots and Chinese bats. It's Russian bots and Chinese bats. Russian bots and Chinese bats. Sorry, we shot you in the face. Did you have a boot on your neck? It's a Chinese bot. It's a Chinese bat or a Russian bot. It wasn't a boot on your neck. Did your house get foreclosed on? It's a Chinese bat. Bat. That's what it is. Just the government's just sitting there on a pedophile island being like, soon they'll do that. It's a lot of Russian actors here on Little St. James. There's just Russians and all the words Russians running around. And Jeffrey Epstein was a Russian. Les Wexner was a Russian. They're all Russians. They died of COVID-19. Everyone's got COVID-19 is Russian. Everyone's a Russian has got COVID-19. It's a Chinese bot. It's not even real. It's a Russian bot. It's a Chinese bat. It's a coronavirus. It's a bat flu. High fatality rates. A ventilator. We need a ventilator. It's Russia. It's Russia. It's a ventilator. China. It's a ventilator. It's a bot. It's a bat and a bot and a bat. It's a ventilator. It's a bot. Stay safe out there. Welcome to the Tim Dillon Show, everybody. It is Tim Dillon. I want to start off on a serious note. I want to address something that a lot of people are talking about, and it is about race, and it is about changing our society, and it's about holding people accountable. And that's something that I've become more open to in the past week. You know, holding people accountable. I don't think. I've been really excited, and I think that is the right word, by the amount of people who are outing themselves as problematic. And I've been excited by it because I think that's the first step to really healing and creating an equitable society. The first step is for people to come out. Jenny Slate, comedian, writer, the show Big Mouth. Jenny Slate is a white woman, and she played the role of a character named Missy on Big Mouth, an animated show on Netflix. And Missy was a mixed-race character who had a Jewish white mother, like Slate, and a black father. I mean, clearly, we're looking at Missy here. Missy is clearly black, even though she's mixed race, but, you know. Jenny Slate has recused herself from the show, and she's leaving because she said black characters should be played by black people. I don't think that's enough. Okay? She's contributed to the erasure of black people. And she's said that. She said she erased a black person. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what futuristic weapon, what ray gun she used to erase a black person. But I don't think it's enough to just say sorry and go back to your mansion. No, thank you, ma'am. Jenny Slate has to go to jail. She has to be brought up on charges, and she has to go to jail for no less than 10 years for what she did. This is not a fucking joke. Stop laughing, you white pig. She needs to hear every night. She needs to hear the bars clink. She needs to lose her freedom. What has she done with her freedom? She's used it to erase black people by voicing the character, a mixed race character on Big Mouth on Netflix. No thank, and cancel Big Mouth while we're at it. Sorry, Nick Kroll. Cancel Big Mouth. You're going to have to get a job with your family doing security-related matters. I'm sorry. I don't want to be this way, but I am. I don't want to be this way, but I am. Jenny said, I've come to the decision today that I can no longer play the character of Missy on the animated TV show Big Mouth. At the start of the show, I reasoned with myself that it was permissible to play Missy because her mom is Jewish and white, as am I. But Missy is also black, and black characters on an animated show should be played by black people. I acknowledge how my original reasoning was flawed, that it existed as an example of white privilege and an unjust allowances made within a system of societal white supremacy, and that me playing Missy was engaging in an act of erasure of black people. Put her in jail now! Put her in jail! Put her in jail! Why is she not in jail? Why are the producers of this show not behind bars? God damn them! God damn her! God damn! I am only laughing now because I'm so angry that when I laugh, I get angry and I laugh. But God damn them, Black Lives Matter. Do you understand that? They matter on a Netflix cartoon. Put her in jail that Nick Kroll's parents built. Not even an underground prison. What do we not know what they do? Use Google, dummies. I get it. She's got to go to jail. A secret underground facility where she can be re-educated. Not my fault. I want to hold people accountable. They're being held accountable this week. That's it. No more games this week. Tim is here to hold everyone accountable. Will I apologize for the bit I did with Nick Mullen where we said that Orthodox Jews were wearing diapers to landlord-tenant court because they were pretending to be insane so they could continue to rip off their minority tenants? I will not apologize for that. That I will not do because I did not erase a black person in that. If anything, I called attention to inequality with that. You see the difference? Mm-hmm. I've had enough. For too long, I've sat on the sidelines while cartoonists have destroyed the fabric of American society. We cannot tolerate this anymore. Most importantly, though, Jenny says, to anyone that I've hurt, I am so very sorry. Oh, I bet that feels good. I am so very sorry. How many people have killed themselves because of this? How many lives have ended because of your show? I bet it's unquantifiable. How many people killed themselves, put a gun in their mouth, jumped off a building, cut their own throat, maybe their wrist, OD'd on pills, took a hairdryer and electrocuted themselves in the tub, asphyxiated themselves, hung themselves. I bet all of these black people that are dying tragically with nooses, they are hanging themselves because they found out that Missy was voiced by Jenny Slate. That is a hypothesis I have. It is not proven, it is a hypothesis, but I think it's pretty damn good. So I'm asking Ms. Slate, and the producers of Big Mouth to turn themselves in to the military. Not even the LAPD, those corrupt bastards. No, the military to have a tribunal. We need a military tribunal in this case. And they will not have a jury of their peers. They will be tried by a jury of people that are selected, the people that have been affected. The people that have been affected. Failed comedians will judge her. Comedians that don't make any money will judge Miss Slate. People that have podcasts that have 45 reviews on Apple will stand the judgment of Miss Slate, Mr. Kroll, and the entire show. They will judge you, and I hope, explain it to them. Explain it to the people that couldn't even get a fucking free drink for their horrible comedy and have wasted their entire lives. Those are the people you have to convince. And the death penalty is not off the table. I'm not saying it's going to be, but it is a tool and it should be available to the prosecution. That's what I'm saying here. I'm done letting people off. This, by the way, what I'm doing here is what everyone's going to have to do. This is the new strategy with woke people, is to go more woke than they are. This is the new strategy. Like when they say we should take down that monument, you go, we should nuke an American city. That's what you say. If someone says, now I want to get rid of this monument, go, let's nuke D.C. Let's nuke Washington. Because they gotta look at you like, huh? Like it's gotta be so bad now. Like when she steps out of Big Mouth, I go, we shouldn't have a Big Mouth. It's gotta go. It's tainted. It's over. It's over. That's what you're gonna have to do. You're just gonna have to, when somebody says to you, when somebody starts a conversation and goes, listen, why not get rid of all these monuments? Go, I will do you one better. I will do you one better. Why not get rid of them all at once? Let's nuke Washington, D.C. Let's get a suitcase nuclear weapon and nuke Washington, D.C. And if they're shocked by that or they argue against that, you just look at them and go, what? Oh, so you're gonna take the monuments that are offensive and leave the White House and Congress and the Washington Monument and what? No. We are going to nuke the Capitol. That is the woke position. And when things get when things get better, when the radiation is gone in a few months or years, I don't know, then we will go and build an equitable society. But we're not going to do these surgical strikes. We're not going to do these surgical strikes. We're going in with a suitcase nuke. We're going in with a suitcase nuke, and Jenny Slate will be publicly executed for what she has done to the black community. Yes or yes? Yes or yes? Don't get that. As the great Daryl Davis, drunk real estate motivational speaker in Long Island would say, yes or yes. Don't give them the chance to say no. Should these people go to jail for their old tweets? Yes or yes? Yes, they should. I don't even know who these people are, but they're trillionaires. Shane Dawson, Jeffree Star, they own literal planets. They own literal planets. Jeffree Star owns Saturn. And you're trying to cancel him. He owns the planet Saturn, which they I don't know what they're doing. They're painting it with face paint. You've made an entire industry of people that only talk about makeup. What the fuck? People in makeup used to not have... Public persona. Coronas because they didn't need it. Who was the chick from Maybelline? Nobody knew who she was. Rita Revlon, whoever the fuck nobody cared. People knew who Coco Chanel was. That was it. But like, it's cosmetics. What is so important about makeup? Can someone illuminate this sick trend for me, please? Can someone help me understand why people painting their face like Harlequin clowns in their room that is only lit by the blue light of their computer, and they sit there and they put makeup on their face and stare at Reddit threads? Can someone explain to me how this makes $8 trillion a week? They have more money, these people, and you can't cancel them. They own the earth. They own the earth on which you live. Your Twitter doesn't matter. I think Shane Dawson's a race. He owns the earth. I don't know how it happened. I don't know how it happened that the only thing that's profitable in this country anymore is makeup. That's the only industry we've got left, is people putting lipstick on. I miss that. Somehow that trend missed me. But apparently one of them, the Jeffree Star, the one that looks like, I mean, let's be very honest, if you'd bumped into Jeffree Star in real life, you would go, what? I mean, your first thought wouldn't be this is a beauty consultant. Let's be very honest about it. And there's no shade to him or whatever. I don't even know anymore. They're rich. They don't matter. You don't get a gender when you're a trillionaire. You don't get a gender anymore. You're a planet. But if I bumped into Jeffree Star, it would be like interesting that they made their money with cosmetics, and no shade to them. Good for him. Whatever. Good. God love you. I'm just confused. As always, I exist in a permanent state of confusion on this program. I don't understand. I look at people out, they all look like shit. No one's even wearing the makeup. So I guess people are just wearing it in their fucking hovels they live in? Are they eating the makeup? Is it edible? No one has food. Nobody has any money or food. How are they slinging $100 makeup kits? Who's buying this? Fat women in the Rust Belt are sitting there, putting men, women, whoever. Who's doing this? I thought everybody's money went to opioids. How do they have the money to go into makeup now? But you can't cancel them. They own you. Stop trying to cancel. I don't know why they're even canceling them. Shane Dawson did blackface, and one of the photos he looks like Oprah. It's weird. He's a chubby gentleman, and he did blackface. That's why I don't do blackface. I don't need people calling me precious. Hashtag precious. Once people have a certain amount of money, it's like, what are you canceling? Doesn't matter. But they will have to pay too. They will have to also go into the military tribunal, of which they will own. They will buy their way out. But they must. I think Jeffree Star called someone fat once. He must atone. He must atone for that. He must atone for calling someone fat. It is not right. Not right. He must be brought up on charges for that. And Shane Dawson did blackface. You know what's funny about the blackface? I wonder when blackface was acceptable, because I got into comedy in late 2010, early 2011, and I would never do blackface. I'm wondering when people thought that was okay. Did no one think this is maybe not a good idea? I understand in the early 2000s or whatever, but I don't remember when that was a thing that felt like a smart move. Let me just do blackface. I'm sure you got to think to yourself, if you make yourself up in blackface, that eventually this might come back to hurt you. I think a smart person has to think when they're putting on the makeup and they go, you know what, this is. But I guess they were doing characters, right? I mean, that's the argument.
Right.
They were doing a character. They like makeup. That's what they're into. That's how they made all their money. You can't just put white makeup on. It gets boring. Occasionally, you got to throw on a little copper, a little tone. Right? I don't know. I'm asking these questions because I truly don't know the answers. When I was a little kid, I was an actor. We know this. I'm a fucking star. When I was a child, I was in South Pacific It is a Broadway show about Polynesians. Me and my little cousin Katie, who was a white chick, I clearly white, we put like bronze makeup on and they gave us Asian eyes. Don't make a face.
No.
What are you making a face for?
I'm not.
It was the fucking 90s. What have Polynesians done for you? Happy birthday, by the way. It was his birthday the other day, and I don't care because celebrating birthdays are their achievements for people that don't achieve. People are never more entitled and disgusting than on their birthday. Cut it out. When you're 18, birthdays end. They end. Enough. Celebrate accomplishments. Not that you've survived another year. So, happy go fuck yourself. And I was made up to look like an Asian and given a black wig. And the audience loved it. It was me and my little cousin, and I forget what song. We were like, happy talkie talk. Now, it wasn't a problem back then. Because they needed Polynesians, and maybe there weren't Polynesians that wanted to perform in the fucking Bethpage High School, South Pacific performance. Maybe there weren't just lines of Asians I was displacing by being a young kid in a fucking community theater production of South Pacific. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to look back on some of my problematic race behavior in terms of putting makeup on. That was probably I erased a Polynesian child with that move. I should tweet that. I should go, when I was a child, I was in South Pacific. It was a community theater production in Long Island. I was given a black wig and orange paint, and they made my eyes Asian, and I sang an Asian song, and I pretended to be Asian. Come for me, bitches. I mean, that's the truth. And I'm ashamed I did that. And I will kill myself after this program. Okay? Because I'm deeply shamed. Texas is shutting down again. I hope you enjoyed your rattlesnake bites. Get up the rattlesnake bite. It's a very nasty appetizer. The rattlesnake bite, it's a medical emergency. It is a medical emergency, but it's also... So the rattlesnake bite is an appetizer. What is it, Ben? It's a jalapeno popper.
Cream cheese wrapped in bacon and baked. Yeah. Or grilled.
And the rattlesnake bite is a Texas thing, right?
Totally, yeah.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed them. Texas is shutting down again. They're shutting back down. Florida's shutting back down. Here's the deal. I live in L.A. for now, and I drive around. An ad we got because they dropped off a you-know-who's podcast. Something's not right, right? Something feels off here. Fucked.com. Fuct.com. Go to it and get involved with fashion. People ask me, where are you on masks? People say to me, they're like, where are you on the great mask debate of 2020? Here's what I'll say, folks. As a person who's 300 pounds and spent the majority of life drinking and doing cocaine, I don't comment on public health policy. I just don't do it. Now, many comedians do. Many celebrities do. They might be 7,000 pounds and drug addicts. They may eat their own vomit. They may be bulimic and anorexic or anything, but they still comment on public health policy because they think people want to hear that from them. They think people want to hear from them how to be healthy in the middle of injecting things into every area of their body. I say, if I go in a store, I wear a mask. And let me tell you why I wear a mask. I don't know shit about the transmission of coronavirus. I wear a mask because everybody else is wearing a mask, okay? It's the same reason I wear shoes when I go into a store. It's because they're required. When I'm outside and when I'm alone, And when I'm in my car, wherever I am, I do not wear a mask. I don't go inside restaurants. I don't go inside bars because coronavirus, I do believe, is real, and I don't want to get it. So I stay on patios, and I stay away from other people other than people I know. I kind of did that before the pandemic. I wasn't just diving into groups of 100 people. So I don't really have a strong feeling on this, but just be prepared for them to reverse what they said about masks because they've reversed a lot of other things about this. I'm not saying they will or not. I'm just saying just be ready for it and stop, it's this, battering ram that people are using against each other. Yeah, listen, man, if you're inside somewhere, it's probably a good idea to wear a mask at the present moment. You don't have to. I don't think it should be a law that you should, but private businesses are allowed to regulate their business the way they want to. And if they mandate that you wear a mask, you have to wear a mask. If you walk